is the fact that the power grid today is made up of large lead time equipment. Now we stand at the intersection of change. And yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, we stand at the intersection of change, which also provides us with some opportunities. So let me just unpack that. I don't speak just from my perspective, but I think I speak more broadly from the industry. We stand at the intersection of electrification, which involves electric vehicles, the move to highly efficient heat pumps, but we also stand at again, the inversion of that energy supply pyramid that I was talking about. What that's going to mean is that we're probably going to touch, over the next 20 years, we're probably going to touch about 80% of the grid as we know it today, and expand upon that. So we have an opportunity to make some changes today that can introduce some differences. So what I would like to get us thinking about is how can we take concepts like modularity and prefabrication and leverage power electronics to move away from long lead time equipment. The power electronics community is standing ready to come up with modular infrastructure that's stackable to get to high voltage. And that helps us address some of the challenges associated with long lead time equipment. Now, we're not there today, but as we start to think about what are some of the long arcs of improvement that we can look at, let's look at modularity. Let's look at prefabrication. Let's look at power electronics to see how that can help us move the power grid from one that is essentially the DNA of which is long lead time equipment to making it more of the exception is long lead time equipment. So that's just kind of a longer term concept I wanted to throw out there.
I'll just be very quick. Actually, I want to join you in saying that the modularity of the new systems is a key. Power electronics is still not there in the sense that we already know that there are long lead time for power electronics. If you want to order a DC to AC inverter stations, you can wait 6 years today. So it's not the solution, but it will be if we have modular systems. It will be if we can, and the renewable revolution is making everything modular, and we see that the success depends on the modularity. We see it in the panels, we see it in the batteries, in the storage. So the modularity is the key, and I think we have to plan for that. We have to go for that, and it will reduce the lead time and allow also security of supply much.
Let me add that standardization of transformers. I was in a position I could not get the electrical engineering design department to standardize transformer, so I replaced the department head with a civil engineer that had standardized anchor bolts for me. And anchor bolts and transformers are very different, but I'll say this: the more unique transformers you have, the more likely you are to have failures that last a long time.
So actually we have 2 minutes. Actually our timekeeper almost lost his hand because he's showing me all the way. But so just finishing modularity, I think it's really important and everything. I would additional thing, and you talk about the scale of doing nothing up to full redundancy. So I think we have also to change a little bit our direction of calculating redundancies, not only from the leading financial point of view, but from the leading of consequences not having redundancy, and this is not so well done. I have to say that I mentioned yesterday that I'm working with a distribution company in Ukraine that actually had to reconstruct all the system, and one of the things that holds them in life was actually the huge redundancy of their grids, because they were built in the past by Soviet Union, and the calculations and the financial issues were not so important in those times, and this time it really helps them to overcome some of the crises. So we have to finish. I would like to thank you very much. Very interesting. I would continue another 2 hours, but Chris is not allowing me. So thank you very much.
All right, sorry to be a hardliner, but I've been told lunch is the most important thing, and we can't miss that. So I want to invite the next panel up, the Technology of Hope. So that's Naomi, Udi, Amihai, and Scott Blevins. While we're transitioning, I think there was a good jump between the last panel and this one. I wanted to just recognize Ron Johnson for a second, who has working on a micro hydro solution. So hinted at with some of this modularity. So Ron, can you just maybe a couple minutes?
Hi, I'm Ron Johnson from the US. I've been working in the small hydro industry for my career. And relating to something that I heard Terry say, and also Matt, the hydroelectric industry is very, very redundant inherently just by its design. You have an energy storage system in the reservoir. You, in most cases, have a DC electrification system that self-excites the unit, and also they're self-synchronous. I, along with two other people, bought a small hydropower plant 10 years ago that's on a campus. We supply 200,000 square feet of building. It's a standard typical 1920s, 1930s mill operation, but when they built it, they weren't connected to the grid. They had to make their power on site. So there we have a good example of a building completely set up that's black start capable and redundant and doesn't require the grid or the synchronization from the grid. So another thing I'd like to mention is that 40% of all black start capable power stations in the US right now are hydroelectric. And I think that, well, not necessarily I think. We've been working on a proposal looking at the economics of the grid and the various different incentives out there. And for the past 50 years, 1 megawatt or larger hydro stations in the US have been economically viable. Currently, that metric is changing down to between 100 to 200 kilowatts if you add in the various incentives and also station these hydroelectric power plants as a point to charge electric vehicles in the future. It's a way of alleviating some of the need of putting more power production onto the grid and incentivizing picking up some of the environmental hazards that have been left over since the Industrial Revolution. Thank you for your time.
So if you want to talk, find Ron and his business partner Celeste during the break. So in my obvious zeal to stay on time, my colleague Leahy informed me that I didn't allow for online questions that came in during the last panel. So I'm going to yield to you for a couple minutes if you want to.
No. While we're going. No.
While we're going. Okay. So you're just telling me to look at you and get on. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. I appreciate that. So do you have you want to start with your. I
want to save it for last.
Okay. Okay. Well, so thank you very much. We're now talking a little bit beyond just the electric grid components itself to other technologies that are enabling of the electric grid functioning. And we were hinting, or not hinting, but they came up in the last panel, but now I think we could focus on them a little bit more, which is the need for robust communications and modeling. That those are two things that came up. And so I want to go down the line here real quick and ask everyone to introduce themselves. But we have an excellent panel here, and then we'll get into some questions about those supporting technologies that are equally important. So I'll start with Naomi Etzion.
Hi, thank you for inviting us. I was working in the Israel Electric Company for more than 30 years. Just to clarify, in Israel, there is only one electric company, very different from US, for example. And for about a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, the government made a reform and took out all our planning division. It took it out. I was in the planning division. It took it out to be NOGA, the Israel Independent System Operator, ISO. And now we manage the system. So we do the long-term planning, and we are responsible for its survivability. So in case of emergency, we will be in charge of the operation and restoration of the system. That's why we are here.
Yeah, Good morning, Scott Blevins. I introduced myself yesterday, 30 years National Guard, always in communications and different types of communications. And then I'm the Technical Director for Communications for the IS Council now for 5 years.
Hey everyone, my name is Amahai Dekel. I work for Rafael Defense Systems. Most of my life I've been in defense, and in the past years I've learned about the critical infrastructure requirements, especially in the communication departments. So most of my days I travel around the world focusing on defense communications. And a few years back we learned that the infrastructure has a strong correlation between what happens in defense and what happens in black sky. And there we saw the correlation of solutions that can be offered.
Hi, Udi Ganani. I am going to surprise you, Chris. This is a technology of hope session, but I'm going to point out a few elements which has nothing to do with technology, which seems to me to be essential in order to increase resiliency of public all across the world.
Okay, thanks. Lenny, I want to start with the first question, which is about, I want to direct this to Naomi. So just from one of the things we talked about, that came up yesterday, we were talking about the Ukraine grid, that it has been bombed and missile attacks. But missile attacks and other kinetic forces are no stranger to Israel as well. And so in your time at IEC and now NOGA, I wanted you to first kind of give us an overview of what those threats are that you look at, and what are they the technology solutions. Is it hardening? Is it sparing of key resources? Any combination of those, or something we don't know about? But I'll turn it to Naomi.
So let's begin with the half full glass.
Okay.
We spoke about typhoons, hurricanes, ice storms. This we will not have in Israel, at least until the nature will be changed. The climate change will do some very dramatic changes. And another point is that we don't have a lot of water, so water resources. So we don't have generators that are based on hydro generation. So if there will be years with less rain, we will not suffer from that. So that's the half of the good things of the glass. And now, if we will speak about the bad things, the empty half of the glass, then we can speak about earthquakes. Israel is in the place that earthquake, it's a region where an earthquake is supposed to come once in 100 years. And now there are it's more than 90 years that are already passed. So if you are going to statistics, it's across the corner. So just this threat we took very, very seriously. What we do? First of all, we attach substation elements to the walls. This is very cheap and very obvious, and it is working. We of course examine the building to be at the new standards. We make some ASUS simulations to identify the extent of the problem. We prepare, when we know what will be affected because of the earthquake, then we will know how to build a new bypass routes. We will prepare the bypass routes in which we will be prepared towers. So we will reconnect the transmission system in the affected area as quickly as possible to bring the light back on. This is about earthquakes. This is one hazard that we are feeling that we should be prepared to. Another is, like Chris said, it's kinetic weapon and terrorism. So what we do in that point? First of all, we have to prioritize, as you said yesterday. So we do simulation and we find out which are the critical points that we should protect. And we build, for example, against the kinetic weapon, we build high walls surrounding the equipment, the critical equipment in the substations. We also hardened the foot of some important extra high voltage transmission towers against local terrorism, because it's very easy to put a bomb near a tower and then to shut down this important line. I must say that Homeland Security is in charge of defining the reference scenarios, and they also recommend how to implement this physical shielding. So we are connected very much with Homeland Security. Another hazard that we should withstand is natural gas shortage. This is also a kind of war, because it may happen when there is a risk to the gas VIX in the Mediterranean Sea to be shut down. Whenever there is any war or some signals of kinetic weapons, they are shut down. So in the future, especially, the natural gas will be the only fuel that we will use. So if we will not have it, then we are in serious problem. So one kind of countermeasure is that every big unit should have two different fuels to operate with, secondary fuel. And this thing is practiced every day, not every day, periodically. They have to practice to move from the first fuel to the secondary fuel to see that it works and to see they can do it. And the best practice is if they can do this transfer from to the secondary fuel without shutting down the unit, the generation unit. They just lower down the power and then they can test it and see that it works. We also preserve we have coal units, and they're supposed to retire on 2024, and we preserve them just to be ready in case we will not have enough, or we will not have at all, or we will not have natural gas. Hopefully, as we know, it's not so simple to say preserve coal units, but hopefully it will work when we will need it. Speaking about water security that Udi mentioned yesterday, we have desalinization factories, and what's good is that it is cogeneration. So they produce and they consume, and it's in the same place. So we first of all, we ensure that every desalination factory has two transmission lines that connect it to the grid. And then we can assure, and another thing is that in our prioritizing system, we ensure that these factories will be among the first ones to be restored. When there is a problem, we know it, because it's good place to begin with, because it's generation and consumption. So I think these are the main, it's enough for now.
Thank you. Scott, we'll get to EMP protection for communication systems, but I wondered, since we're talking about this subject, what are your thoughts about the technologies for physically hardening communications networks for things like kinetic attack, earthquake, those kinds of things? Or is that something that there ought to be more focus on?
Well, when it comes to physically hardened communication systems, one of the least fortunate things that we were able to do, and I guess it's because everybody recognized that communications is absolutely critical in any kind of disaster, any kind of emergency. You know, the first thing that we have to be able to do is be able to talk. I mean, if we can't talk, we can't coordinate things, we can't get anything done. And also for the people on the receiving end, the population, if they're left in the dark, we kind of talked about that some this morning about keeping things secret kind of things. When people are in the dark, then people panic, right? But if I can talk to you and tell you it's okay, we're coming to help you, we're coming to do this, this is what you can expect, or you need to go here, it helps with people. So I think when they recognize that, that is why they built the internet to be from the ground up nuclear survivable. I mean, that was a whole intent. That was a whole intent behind Internet Protocol, was how do I build something that can survive a nuclear attack? So they were looking at this, I mean, decades and decades ago. How do we communicate in those? And so I think we have a part of that, right? Because of internet and the whole idea of everything over IP. And that's kind of where we've gone on the communication side of things is, can we push everything over IP because it can be disaggregated and not have a central controlling system, a central controlling thing that can go down and take the entire network down. So it kind of goes to the whole modularity that we talked about earlier. A lot of our communication systems are modular. They're driven on the internet protocol. They're designed not to have a central failure point in there. So I think we have a lot of those things going in place. Now, when we want to look at specific equipment, that's where you start looking at equipment that might meet certain military standards for survivability, heat, dust, moisture, et cetera. That's where you can look at some standards on, is it meet military EMP protection levels? So that way it's survivable against EMP. And then, the final piece on that is, you have the hardwired stuff, we can protect that, but to have that flexibility, that's where you go to wireless-based systems. And I think that's where a lot of the radio stuff comes into play is, it has to have that ability to be moved around and connected up where the problem's at, right? So that's where a lot of the wireless capability comes in. And of course, wireless, which you'll hear me keep going back to the same subject, again, wireless deals with spectrum. And that's, some of what I'll talk about later on is how do we apply this new technology to take advantage of spectrum? Because we look at it as a very constrained resource, but it's really constrained in the way that we apply it today. And so much of what we've talked about here deals with policy. So how do I look at policy and regulations to start making those changes to allow these new advances in technology to take advantage of it?
Excellent. So, Ami, if you want to pick up on that, just to say, hopefully everyone's had a chance to talk to Amihei in the corridor. Have the Raphael display of the VNet radio there, and that is it's cyber secure, it's EMP hardened, it's physically toughened. So those types of actions are well understood and built in by Raphael. I wondered if you wanted to just talk about what that focus is on. This gets back to the building in resilience or building in engineering things from be resilient from the ground up, and what other infrastructures Raphael has employed technologies to add more resilience and security.
I think I'll try to answer this with a bit of a different approach.
Okay.
And I'll start with a short story. That after World Wars, the French had a big drill to be prepared for their next World War. And they sent all their forces out to do a drill, and the general came to oversee the drill. And just in the beginning, everyone said what they're going to do. All the forces went out. They went to the right, them to the left. And the general waved everyone off and then told his assistant, Jean-Pierre, get me some wine. Went to his tent, had some wine, had some more wine. The day finished. The second day, everyone went out. The same general went to his tent, Jean-Pierre, wine. Third day, fourth day. On the last day, everyone comes back. There's a briefing of after action report. Everyone's happy with what they did. They went to the right. They succeeded. Decisions were made right. Then the general says, I want to speak. Jean-Pierre tells the general, don't come up. You're drunk. Don't go up. The general says, I want to speak. He goes up. He says, I'm disappointed in all of you. This was a terrible drill. No one talked to anyone. No one knew where there was right, who was left. All the decisions were made without knowing what was happening in the front. Everyone was moving in automatic. Communication doesn't work, and this was a terrible drill. Everyone's shocked. General, how do you know this? General comes back and says, Jean-Pierre, it's always the same. Nothing ever works. We all run in the same direction. And I think when we look at how we do drills, how we train, how we check our systems in a MTBF approach, mean time between failure. Do we go down to the smallest parts and make sure how resilient are they and how they build up? Do we know how to do everything? And do we ever challenge ourselves to practice, train, and actually work with systems only that work. I'm saying how many of us have ever been to a training or an exercise and said, let's not have the internet on and let's not have any cell phones in the room. And let's ask all the people at our ends not to have their cell phones on. And let's have someone make sure that no cell phones are out there. And let's see how we make decisions, how we make assessments, and what decisions are made. And pretty soon we learn that we can't do much. And without getting the right information, and we do talk about voice, and I think voice is critical, but data is even more critical to make decisions nowadays, even have that minimum amount. And to say minimum, I would say 1 mega to get across, to get a map and say, these are our assets, these are working, these are not. To understand that if I talk, Matt, on changing some sort of transistor or equipment, how many weeks are the maximum amount of equipment that takes in weeks to change, and what does that mean? And then I'll come to you and ask you, how resilient are we in our backups? Is it 72 hours, maybe optimistic 1 week? And then we learn that the industry will say we need a few weeks to get things back running if we're in a black start, and all our systems are ready to do only 1 week. The first thing we'll need is to make communication to understand what, where, and how we need to make. So that is trying to assess why we need the communication, why it's critical. We talked about GPS. How do you work without GPS? How do you work with a system that needs to be on for 2 and 3 months when there's no backup, no electricity to turn it on anymore? How does that work? How does that operate? All of those solutions we have in some of our products. The BNet outside answers that question. We have experience with Matt about actually implementing this and having a system work for 1.5 years, 2 years without any glitches of it being always on. And I think that is the language we need to start talking about, trying to take the big problems and seeing that the day after stuff is not going to work. And then we need to know how to recover. It's not about how many times you fall, it's how to get up. And while most of these discussions are getting to how not to fall, I think there needs to be a separate discussion about how to rise and get up. And the first thing in that is we need to talk on a local level and on a more international level to understand how that's going to be done.
Okay, thank you. Udi, I know you had some thoughts.
Yeah, I have some thoughts which have nothing to do with technology. And I was glad to hear Lord Toby mention this morning an issue of trust between governments and the population. I was glad because it's not now limited to my country. I think that situation is felt in the UK, to some extent in the US. We need to make sure that there is trust between government and general public in order to prepare for black sky, black swan events. If we don't have that trust in place, then we cannot, actually the government or the people who are in charge of resilience of the population cannot send out effective messages. And, besides helping Avi and Chris at EIS Council, I also serve as a research fellow at the ICT. ICT is the International Counterterrorism Institute that was established by a colleague of Professor Yoav here, Professor Boaz Ganor. Strangely enough, it was established in collaboration with Columbia U 1 year before September 11. 1 year before September 11. We conducted an independent study at ICT that was looking at a scenario of another kinetic conflict in Israel, mostly caused by lots and lots and lots of missiles, rockets being launched at population centers. And the bottom line conclusion was that you need to be self-sufficient for at least 72 hours because the cavalry is not going to show up. Every community has to be self-sufficient with all the essential capabilities that are needed. And I don't want to embarrass anybody, but by asking how many of you have got a transistor with batteries, how many of you are carrying a 1.5 liter fresh water or some food for toddlers and all of that. But again, bear in mind, 72 hours, nobody is going to come to help us.
Done enough with the mics.
Yeah, and I promise a technology demonstration at the end of that session.
Okay, so I took my admonishment. I'm going to pause and look to Leahy to ask if there's any questions from me.
Just to add to what Udi had said, I think as a follow-up, the ICT in my university found out that it's not only that you have to be self-sufficient for 72 hours, but the search and rescue forces will not show up either. So first respondents are actually those people on site. Because if you wait for the dogs and for the recovery vehicles to put people under the rubble, they will come too late. So the philosophy is train the civilians to be self-sufficient, but also the first respondents in any case of disasters, either small or large, earthquakes, kinetic attacks, what have you.
Yeah, it's an exciting study. I'll try to find the English version and share it with all of you. One of the things that we did, we took the municipality of Herzliya, which is a relatively small town, and we mapped every family, every individual to know where are the old people that need to be taken care of immediately, and where are electric technicians that leave that can be locally recruited in order to fix failing equipment.
Yeah, I've heard it said, one way of putting it is the actual first responders are usually your neighbors, right? James.
This is a thought for the next such conference. If there is a country in the world that has displayed resilience, it's surely Ukraine. And the British Armed Forces have been training the Ukrainians. I know the Americans have been as well. But in a couple of years' time, it will be the Ukrainians training the British and the Americans. We need at the next such conference to hear from Ukrainians as to how they have managed to survive this incredible onslaught, how they've managed to keep their electricity going, how they've managed to identify the people that need help, and how they've managed just to eat. So that's just a suggestion for next time.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question from the online guests.
There is a question from the online delegates, and it is quite good, I think. And they say, how many experts or first responders are also 72 hours ready? So it raises interesting points about education, training, making people ready. So, in your opinion?
I can say from personal experience that I have several hats when I go back home, and there are drills, there are trainings on different emergency situations. I can say on the personal level that my wife knows that in case there's an emergency, she's going to be by herself with the kids because I'm going to be somewhere else, probably doing other stuff. So usually when you have the officials who need to do things, then they have their procedures, and everyone who's under the first responder category does know and is equipped with training and to renew their training every year and so on to do what they need to do. And I think that part is covered by the different agencies of Homeland or police or other firms. But then the problem is, how do you do the first responder and the civilian level on the community level? Udi gave an example. I know those examples firsthand of how they work and what they do. And I think those are the real crucial ones. How do you get volunteers to know what their advantages are and what each person in your community can contribute? And how do you organize that into lists and cooperations? And then it gets back to the trust part.
Thank you, Amichai. Getting faster every time.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to just say, having experienced a wildfire situation in our home city, we had 3 out of 5 councilmen that lost their homes, and our mayor lost her home at the time. And so just want to encourage, we think about black sky situations, but we think of it in blue sky mentality. And we really need to continue to assess what we do when the lights are out, how we can function with no internet, with nothing that's available, and prepare for that moment. And I hear people say, yeah, I'm ready, and I don't see it.
I can tell you that I'm not ready at all. I don't even have candles at home.
No.
Making fun of this all the time.
Sally has a question.
Sally, the lady in red.
But thank you for that
That's going to be a
comment.
hard one, Sally.
Teamwork. Ladies all together. Look, what I saw particularly in preparation for nuclear war, and I've seen it in hazardous facilities exercises that have been done in different countries, when the workers talk to you, and it also has been official level concern, is who will turn up on the day. And in many situations, the only way you can determine that is that when you're doing the exercising is to ensure that the responders know that someone is looking after their families, or they are able to make their families safe as well. So and there is a particular unfortunate situation in targeting attacks. In World War II, it was very well confirmed that if the industry workers' houses were taken out, and I think some of this is happening in Ukraine, the capability of those workers to go into the industry is much more degraded than if you actually smash the buildings that the industry is in, because the recovery time of those households is longer. So I think there are all of these, when we talk about the whole ecology and whole society approach, we have to look after the responders if we're going to get the top quality response. Thanks.
Right, the Technology of Hope panel ended up being mostly about the human component, which is important, right? Yeah, go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you. It's just a point which was sort of, I guess, overlooked yesterday and not mentioned today, and the people element, but also systems, is a big difference between government marking its own homework, as James mentioned yesterday, in terms of exercising training, versus, say, military approach, which is test to fail. You know, if we, you know, the militaries do exercise to fail, and nobody is embarrassed, and that's where you improve doctrine and policy and training. So actually, you know, certainly in the UK, we do have military liaisons on the local resilience forums. The local resilience forums are supposed to be running and owning the local risk registers and the training and exercising. So why don't we just train and exercise like the military do? I mean, it's really simple.
Excellent point.
Thanks, Lawrence. Anyone else? Questions? Come on. That's not fair. All right, they're helping me to reduce the croissants from the morning. It's teamwork.
One of the technical challenges of maintaining islanded power is that among those who are concerned with the green issues and who are strongly opposed to a fossil fuel based storage, whether it's coal, diesel, natural gas, and I think I saw a presentation from an Israeli company that's using ammonia, which is not a carbon-based solution for powering fuel cells. And I'm just wondering if there's any experience with that, because that is one of the limitations of a battery, is that typically it only lasts a day or so.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. That company called Gencell recently installed in one of the major hospitals in Israel such a unit. It will not provide power to the entire hospital, but just limited to the emergency department and to the operating rooms. So that is a technology which is available. It is available in different categories. It's, yeah, ammonia based, which is, I think, the chemical which is mostly available anywhere across the world. And yeah, if you want to hear more, yeah, we can put you in touch with one of EIS Council's personnel, Clayton Clem, who couldn't be here with us today.
Very quick question, Yossi.
No, the question, just addition on Udis. Just addition on Udis about Gencell. Actually, we installed in IEC before 7 years, Gencell energy cell that is called. It's working very well. One of the issues in some places is actually the security of ammonia. Ammonia supply and ammonia, but again, it's working very well and supplying reliable energy to our systems.
All right. Udi?
Yeah, I promise, even though my comments were non-technical at all, I promise that following yesterday's teaser, I would like to share with you. No. How do you stop it? Stop. Okay. Genome. Genome is a management system designed and developed for black start situations. Again, that lady said, I mean, in reality of gray and blue sky, we can't really imagine what a black sky situation is. So we're trying to imagine that. And what I'm going to show you now is just a few seconds of a dashboard that the person in charge and his team are going to be using in order to arrive at the right decisions in a chaotic situation where everything is down. So we start off, I'll just tell you when to click off. That's a dashboard, stop. The first thing that you get, I mean, keep going a little bit. You're going to be seeing on the map, where are your problems? Stop, please. I mean, you're going to see it on the map, and you have a list on the left-hand side describing in brief what are the things that happened. Now, this is based on either information being automatically provided to that software or manually, because I don't want to go back. There are people that are more experienced than me in how things are being managed today with lots and lots and lots of people around the big table. Everyone manually feeds the information that he's being fed from his silo, some of the information is painted and some of the information is missing. So we are trying now to depict a system which is being mostly automatically fed through hardened communication that provides you with a clear, real-time situation awareness. Please. Okay, the next is the AI-based system is now translating what's going on to recommendations of these are urgent, and these are now what we have here are just the urgent actions that needs to be taken. Next one. We are inquiring. We spoke about technology. That's why I. Oh. Ooh. I don't click. I don't touch it. I don't need it. No, I keep my. It's running. Okay. Keep running. Keep running. Keep running. Keep running. Huh? That's not me.
Patient.
It's lunchtime.
We don't have a toolbar.
We lost the toolbar. We're just gonna let it run.
Okay. Oh, you can't stop it?
No.
No. Try again. Okay, so by now we know that part. We've got 2 COM facilities offline, which is bad news. Those are the alerts. We just show 5, but they're going to be probably many more. And the one unique thing, I mean, this is situation awareness. We run a simulator, and that simulator, in a way, okay, stop that. You can't stop it. Okay, we get alerts.
The toolbar is gone.
Okay, forget it.
Not working.
What's unique about the genome system is that we combine information with a simulator. I mean, in a way, we refer to that as Google Maps or the Waze of situation awareness, where we run millions of scenarios, and at the end, we actually recommend to the decision maker that's the best route to take if you've got 20 failing critical infrastructures, understanding that the mission is to recover as quickly as possible with a minimum number of casualties. That's the route that you should take based on available resources and based on the situation on the ground. This is a dream. Right now, we are in the initial phases of development. Gideon, thank you so much for your faith in us and the Ministry of Energy in Israel, again, who is in charge of securing energy to the population and actually to the country, have been supporting us for the 2nd year in a row. Thanks to our generous foundations who are supporting us as well. And we hope, Washington, to have the opportunity of bringing it with your support to NATO and to Europe, and hopefully to the US. Avi, you wanted to add something? I know.
Is Craig Snyder here? So one of the foundations involved, which is taking a particularly critical role in this, is the Snyder Foundation. And Craig Snyder was with us yesterday. I'm not sure where he is now. But I think that is absolutely true. You know, in the Human Continuity Project in general, The expectation is when we have decided collectively that we are ready and we have an adequate spread of major organizations of the various kinds that need to be included in this project, we plan to then go to foundations in addition to government agencies to fund this new level of initiative. And these are examples of foundations that are already engaged and involved in dealing with a subject which is really not so easy to understand, but we've been dealing with now for a day and a half. Extreme hazards and preparations for them.
Thank you. My attempted tyranny to keep us on time has totally failed, but we'll break for lunch. Washington, as he mentioned this morning, is going to lead us in a tour. For those interested, it is optional. So that was scheduled to leave at 1:15, which is in 15 minutes. So if you want to go on that, run out and grab a sandwich. It might have to be to go. But we'll do that and we reconvene. What time are we reconvening? We'll reconvene here at 2 p.m. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. I was like, here's my.
בסדר גמור, פשוט מה שקרה, ברגע שלחצת, הוצאת אותנו מהשקופית. ואז היינו צריכים לחזור לפרזנטציה ואיבדנו עבר. We lost the toolbar. לא, שטויות.
I can improvise.
It's weird, huh?
Yeah.
That's so
I
weird.
think it's
That's the formatting.
exactly, the format of the, for now, for example.
You want
I
to
want
push
click yes.
this one?
Yeah.
No, I think
It's just a link.
Oh,
You see the link?
normally. Maybe it's not.
It's not in presentation mode.
Let's see if it's. I can hear something.
We need to close this guys.
Hang on. I just need to switch the volume. That's all.
I hear the volume, but I don't
Yes,
hear.
I can.
don't see the
Yes,
video.
I know. Please.
Maybe it's on Google.
Should we cut this for now?
Check, check, check.
Surely industry would say,
Check, check, check.
we don't care what standards you set, so long as.
Check, check, check. 1, 2.
By the same standard. And then it'll be altogether the government that will say, trade-off, cost of resilience, price of it. We want to.
Check, check.
So now we have the keynote, right?
Yep. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed lunch and the tours. We've gotten to the afternoon keynote session. I'm going to turn it over to Joe McClellan. Chairman Phillips was here yesterday and had to get back to Washington. So Joe is going to give a kind of maybe an overview of what the chairman might have said and introduce Fergus Herodance. Sure, you're welcome to come up as well. And I'll turn it over to you, Joe. Thank you. These are both on, so.
Hot mic. Hot mic.
Hot mic, yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As Chris indicated, the chairman couldn't be here. He was called back to Washington for a hearing, so we'll all wish him well in the hearing. I'm substituting, so we always start with the disclaimer. Has anyone ever heard the nuclear disclaimer? Heard that? No one's heard that. All right. A couple of folks that have heard my comments before, but I've got to give a disclaimer. So the remarks I'm about to make don't necessarily represent the views of the chairman, any commissioner, or the commission itself. And in the event I say something really bad, they don't necessarily represent my views either. Uh-oh, now I'm in trouble, yeah. Well, all the lawyers and the press, please leave the room. Thank you, Leahy. Okay, so I'll say a few brief remarks, and then I'll turn it over to Fergus and be happy to answer some questions. But for the chairman, I know that the chairman has specific areas of focus, his priorities. The first is reliability and security of the grid. For the chairman, and as he said multiple times, this is job number one, and it's his top priority. There's no greater priority for the chairman than reliability and security of the grid. He's also added to his agenda and his priorities transmission reform, and essentially that's to reduce the interconnection queues that we see in the United States, the long times for folks to get interconnected on the grid. And the last is environmental justice. Environmental justice, a couple of examples that I can share here are that you saw Terry Boston had put a slide deck together. One was the Texas outage. And so environmental justice is to make certain that as the environment, as we're seeing climate change and the change in resource mix, that we don't forget about the folks that are being served by that grid and their dependency on it. So just as an example, we are conducting a joint inquiry with NERC on the extreme weather event of Winter Storm Elliott. That would be one example. Another would be the resource mix change. This would also fall under environmental justice. As we're seeing the resource mixes change, we are quite concerned about the inverter-based resources, where they're sourced from adversarial nations, supply compromises that could be built in, as well as how they perform in the grid itself. Do they have low voltage ride through, for example? And I think Matt spoke in detail about that they can be programmed. They're not presently, but they should be programmed so that they hang in there. To Terry Boston used an expression from Timex that I always like to think about for resiliency also. They take a licking and keep on ticking. So we like to see them hang in there as well. So with that, I'll stop with the chairman's remarks and I'll turn it over to Fergus.
Thanks very much, Joe. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Fergus Herodance. I'm the Deputy Director for Infrastructure, Construction and Rail in the Department for Business and Trade now. And what I was going to talk about this afternoon with the aid of a few slides is on the changing role of government in relation to funding, financing and managing infrastructure, and how the policy perspective on infrastructure and what its purpose is within society is starting to change. Provide a few examples of what's being done in terms of infrastructure planning, but also the way in which we are going about delivering infrastructure and creating the broader policy framework within which infrastructure sits. And also refer specifically to how systems-based thinking and particularly the conception of the built environment as a system of systems and a very complex one with multiple interactions within it is actually starting to guide not only policy thinking and the shaping of the objectives that we set at the macro level, but is actually starting as well to guide some of the individual decisions that we're making about investments within the system. So just to look briefly back, infrastructure is something that governments have done for time immemorial. In fact, the first recorded civil servant in history was a Chinese engineer known as Yu, or Yu controls the waters. And he was the man who actually worked out how to control the flooding of the Yangtze River. And this was in China about 3,000 years ago. The Romans built roads, the Egyptians built lots of infrastructure, even medieval monarchs in the period that we often refer to as the Dark Ages actually invested a lot of money in ports, in roads, and in other facilities. So it's something that's been at the core of government for millennia. But in the more modern times, the investment in infrastructure has tended to be in specific assets which are intended to provide a specific service, so energy provision, water, telecommunications, and the funding and financing of those assets, whether they're done directly by the public sector or in partnership with the private sector, has been based on usually both affordability to the consumer and also the provision of a reliable service. And certainly in the UK, the way in which most of the regulated utilities services work, it's very much price focused, which actually creates a challenge when you start to want to introduce other issues around resilience, adapting to climate change, adapting to the demographic changes of the population and the aging of the population. It makes it that much harder to do it when you have a rigid legal and regulatory framework that you've got to work within. The other increasing challenge is that looking to the future, we're moving into an era where the priority and where a relatively much larger proportion of resources are going to be spent on infrastructure renewal, replacement or adaptation, rather than simply building new infrastructure assets and putting in infrastructure assets where they've never previously existed, which creates all of the challenges of how you integrate old and new technologies, old and new approaches, how you deal with information gaps in relation to existing infrastructure, and how you address these in a consistent, coherent way going forwards, and also make sure that you're in a position to take the right decisions about what needs investment in at a particular time. And the slide just highlights a few of those areas where we do see particular pressures emerging. Climate change, where you've got not just extreme weather events, but what is actually going to happen to infrastructure as a result of increases in average temperature over a period of time, or increases in rainfall or higher flooding levels, which will have an impact on power systems, utilities, but also things like ports and the movement of freight and goods and other logistics systems. So you've got a really difficult set of challenges that we need to unpick, and we probably haven't got the information that enables us to plan sensibly for how we mitigate both some of the short-term crises we might face, but also how we adapt gradually to some of the more profound changes that we see in society, like the increase in the number of people aged over 65, over 75, over 85. And then the other challenge that we face is around equity and ensuring that people do have access to services. I think attitudes have changed significantly in most countries towards the provision of infrastructure. And there is an expectation that this will be made available on an affordable basis to all citizens. But also, I think, looking at it from a government perspective, whilst infrastructure has always been seen as a good, and it does make an enormous contribution to the economy and society more widely, the challenge that you have with infrastructure investment is that in isolation, it is not going to solve all of the challenges that we face. Provision of infrastructure will not necessarily deliver better healthcare, better education, or economic growth in a particular area. It will help, but it's most likely to have a positive impact when it's coordinated with other policies and with other streams of investment and funding over the long term. The other challenge that government faces is that when it comes to investing in infrastructure and ensuring that our investments are effective, we have the problem that we have to work with a phenomenally unproductive and inefficient industry in the construction sector. The graph at the top shows the relative rate of productivity of a range of sectors within the UK. The blue line at the bottom is the construction sector. And then secondly, post the global financial crash 2007, 2008, a period of pretty low and stagnant growth, relatively low productivity improvement, and then the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, government borrowing, the level of deficit, the overall level of debt, and the rate of interest or level of interest that we're paying on government debt has all increased dramatically, which is creating an enormous affordability challenge and big pressures on budgets, as we've seen with some of the recent decisions to curtail some of the elements of HS2 and slow down progress, although the delivery process of that. We are finding that at a point when we want to accelerate investment and we need to make more investment as a society, we're struggling to find the resources to do it, and we don't really have confidence that the industry that we have to work with has got the capability to deliver what we want. But just to move on to the second part of today's presentation, which is around the role of data and how this can transform infrastructure delivery and also the infrastructure operation. Data and improving the quality of information that policymakers and asset managers have is critical to tackling infrastructure challenges. And in 2017, the National Infrastructure Commission wrote its Data for the Public Good report, and they estimated that data was worth around £50 billion to the UK economy at that point. It can only have increased since then. The National Infrastructure Commission also estimated that if we digitised the rail network in the UK, we could save about £100 million per annum in terms of operational efficiencies, better targeted maintenance, things like that. And we commissioned a report from KPMG a couple of years ago, which again estimated that for every pound we invest in data and better quality information, you get a return of about £6. So the future is very much, from a government policy perspective, where we regard the gathering, the processing, and our ability to manage, exchange, and analyse data and use this to inform the policy process as being something that's absolutely intrinsic to infrastructure policy. And to look at this as how we're taking this forwards, one of the programmes that we are currently undertaking, which I'm actually responsible for, is our National Digital Twin programme. And a digital twin is essentially a digital representation of a physical asset that's capable of the two-way exchange of information with that physical asset over in near real time and over a long period of time. So it's distinct from, say, a static BIM model, where you simply have the equivalent of an architect's drawing of a physical asset. And it's also distinct from what we call a digital shadow, which is where information flows one way from the physical asset to the digital asset. A digital twin is where you have the information flowing both ways. And what we are trying to work towards is creating a digital twin that enables us to layer data at different levels, whether it's the geographical, topographical level, the level of the physical asset and the infrastructure, the system, the networks, the interconnections between those networks, and then ultimately the built environment itself, the operations, the services, and even the people who live within it. And this is also where potentially you start being able to connect the digital twin to other things like autonomous vehicles or other devices, other processors, and other assets of one sort or another as part of the Internet of Things. And the real advantage of having a digital twin is the ability then for you to drill down through those different layers of data and get a much deeper and richer understanding of how a system is performing and what factors are affecting the system and what you need to take account of when you're taking decisions about investing in it or in managing it. And so What we want to work towards over time with the National Digital Twin is where we have a network of interconnected physical assets that are capable of exchanging data between them, where we will take decisions about investments, actions, how we're going to manage certain assets and systems based on high quality, trustworthy and secure information that we're capable of exchanging. And this will influence the operational decisions, the planning decisions, and ultimately it will percolate upwards and influence the policy decisions as well. And similarly, you will create a feedback loop of data because you will be able to see the impacts of those decisions, and you will have high quality information about whether or not they're effective, or ideally, you'll be able to identify what changes or further amendments or investments you need to make in order to be able to optimize the operation of the network, the systems that it's part of, and then ultimately the system of systems that's the built environment. Now, this is a really challenging project. It's not just a technical project. In some ways, the technical element of this is the easiest part of it. We understand data, analytics, we understand computer programs, we understand sensors and the systems that they're a part of, and our capability to use all of the above is improving all of the time. We also understand some of the related and absolutely vital areas like cybersecurity, which has been something that we've embedded in this program from day one because we realized it was critical to getting user trust and confidence in the system. But even beyond that, you have a whole range of ethical, security, legal and regulatory issues that we need to patiently work through and unravel. And we also need to work out from an economic perspective how it is you get the greatest return for society overall, but we also have to look at the distributional impact and who is going to benefit from some of these investments and ensure that the returns are flowing in a relatively equitable way across society, because that's really the mandate that we were given by the National Infrastructure Commission. It was to come up with a national digital twin that delivers the public good in perpetuity. And this is ultimately what we want to work towards, which is our vision for the built environment, where you have the layer of societal outcomes at the top, in which, in this case, I've just used the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the relevant ones for the built environment. Below that, you have the level of policies by which you attempt to achieve, realise all of these objectives in which you aim to create value from. At the layer below that are the decisions that you make about systems operation or investments in accordance with the policy framework that's been set. These then influence the services and the operations within the built environment, the physical nature of the built environment through changes to the assets that you make, and also its interactions with the natural environment and looking at how we can minimise carbon impacts, the environmental footprint, or support biodiversity or achieve other objectives that you might want to achieve. So what we want to work towards to, and this will be the work of decades, is to create this complex system of systems where everything is joined up, interconnected, linked by digital systems, and guided by flows of interoperable information that enable us to make the right decision at the right time. To finish off, what I wanted to do was just highlight a few areas where I think government's approach to policy, planning, design and implementation is changing, hopefully for the better. The first one I picked is the Istanbul Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan, which is something that was developed with funding from our Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office. But I think it's a great example of inclusive and sustainable infrastructure planning. So this was produced after a very wide-ranging consultation exercise, which encompassed all different social groups, the whole demographics of a city, an extended urban area of about 40 million people, as well as various other stakeholders, business, NGOs, government, other organisations, to look at how you could improve and make sustainable mobility within this urban sprawl. And they identified three key strategic themes. The first one, supporting the transition to low carbon. looking at low emission zones, how you decarbonise public transport, improving the provision of information. The second theme of how you encourage, facilitate seamless transfer and the integration between different modes of transport with control centres and similar mechanisms. And then the third theme of reducing congestion, and you look at parking enforcement, congestion charging, and the construction of roads to create alternatives to car use. But as well as those three key pillars of activity that will guide planning and investment from both the public and private sector, they also identify 4 cross-cutting sub-themes for the development of this. So safety in the broadest possible, it's not just the physical safety of the roads or other types of transport asset, it's the feeling of safety and security that people have as users of the system. Gender equality and social inclusion, resilience and adaptation, and also how you can encourage ongoing innovation, recognising that anything that we plan now is at risk of being superseded by technology in the next 10 years. So how do you build in the capacity of the system to adapt to that and to capture and make use of new innovations on an ongoing basis? And it's a really good example of how you can have considered strategic, intelligent planning that creates a wider policy framework for investment and conceives of the built environment as a system. The second example that I've chosen to highlight is one of the few truly smart assets in the United Kingdom, in Glasgow and Scotland, which is a smart hydrological system that repurposes an 18th century canal using modern data analytics and autonomous systems. So the way it works is that you have a set of sensors, and you also have a software system that can take account of weather forecasts, which predict levels of runoff and rainfall and use these to inform a hydrological model. And the hydrological model informs autonomous decisions taken by the system, which enable it through 22 outstations, not just to monitor water levels, but also to adjust water levels at different points within the canal through using feeders and sluices. And this whole project was implemented at the cost of £17 million. They estimate if you'd built new flood defences from scratch, it would have cost £75 million. And it's brought back into the potential for use of over 100 hectares of land where previously no development took place because of concerns about flooding, and that anything that you built there would be at too high a level of risk and would be deemed uninsurable. So this is an example of how through the use of modern technology, you can give a second life to infrastructure that already exists within the built environment and make better use of the information that we have or can gather in order to be able to operate this. And then finally, our planned digital twin demonstrator that we're hoping to run on the Isle of Wight this year with a range of local partners. So there are a few focal points of this that we're going to be looking at the heart of this, because we can't do everything at this stage. But we want to look at energy, and we want to understand energy infrastructure, performance, and the impact of heat stress and other changes on the system, how it responds to potential crises. We want to look at utility and demand management, domestic consumption, commercial consumption, how we can reduce energy use, and how we can best plan future investments consistent with the island strategy to achieve net zero carbon by 2040. And also looking at, can we use this as a means of informing decisions about where we would invest in retrofitting homes and other types of buildings. And then the other big strand that we're going to be looking at is emergency planning and response. So looking at asset interdependencies within the systems and networks on the island, the resilience of these assets and our ability to model the likelihood of them failing at particular times in response to particular stimuli, the likelihood of time frame for asset degradation, and the impact of critical events, and whether we can develop and use and combine models relating to these events. So we're hoping that this is the next step in our understanding of how these technologies can work, what benefits they can deliver, and that will inform a future public policy approach to the adoption of these technologies. So I will conclude there, but just want to recap 3 particular points, which are that societal challenges are changing the approach to infrastructure investment planning and the management of operations by government. The second point is the challenge of change. I think traditional approaches to infrastructure delivery and funding are going to need to adapt in order to be able to fit within a systems-based approach, deliver the objective of renewing and modernising infrastructure, and also creating that wider social value and addressing those societal challenges that we face in the first half of the 21st century. And this, yes, this is an enormous challenge, but it is also a huge opportunity. And one of the things that we have learned through the work that we've already done on digitisation and data is that there is an enormous amount of value that we can unlock through sensible investments in terms of our understanding of how to better manage and operate the built environment. And there's enormous potential to create economic value, achieve efficiency savings, and deliver much better services through the public and private sector if we seize this opportunity. And I will conclude on that note. Thank you.
For Joe and Fergus. Please got stand up. I gotta just ask Leahy if there's any online questions. Okay, so go ahead, Scott.
Well, one thing that just stuck out to me there that it made me think of from where I've seen it a second time today is the reuse of old infrastructure by using modern concepts, technologies, sensors, etc. And then we had the micro hydro people that are here that are, again, they're taking these old small hydro places and they're putting new stuff in there to generate it and use it in a new way. And I'm curious, like, because we talk about the entrepreneurial side of things, how much more of that is there around us? How much more of this old infrastructure that if we thought, how could we apply new techniques to old infrastructure? Could we actually build out infrastructure for a lot cheaper price than, like, you know, like in your example, or like in their examples of using that for electric vehicles and whatnot?
It would come down to, like you were saying, the entrepreneurial side of it. How much is it worth each particular site? We're working on the numbers right now, and it seems like roughly about 100 to 150 kilowatts of potential hydro at any individual site equals out to something that's worth doing. How many sites are there? In the US, we've identified roughly about 2,000 to 3,000 that are currently sitting there and ready to go. They don't necessarily even have to be repowered. A lot of the old existing hydropower stations like my own can be taken and used right now. All we have to do is install some battery storage and some car chargers and open up to the public. As the various mandates set out by the European and US governments come up as far as electrifying the vehicle markets and also going to hydrogen, these stations being distributed all around are good points that will be resilient places where at least the police or the first response vehicles can always get a charge of electricity. So, but to a greater point, and something that Ferguson might understand, the older sources of power, like hydro potential, aren't that large. They're distributed. It was, in essence, somebody made it in an old mill somewhere, and depending on the size, we have to go through and look at which one is viable. But they're inherently good in the sense that they are usually located next to population centers.
Any comments?
Hi, so Tom Dolan, UCF. Thank you, Fergus, for the presentation. The Smart Canal example, is that concept one that's replicable in other cities, but more is the process that led to its identification, its selection, its valuation, its design, to tick multiple synergistic priorities. Is that process of identification of opportunities, is that a replicable process?
Yes, in theory, is the answer to that. I mean, I think individual sites where there are opportunities to do this, you would obviously need to do the same level of detailed investigation that went into the research for and then planning the design of the Glasgow Smart Canal. But yes, I mean, in theory, this is something that we know how to do. It's surveying and assessing and doing engineering analyses of existing assets, and then looking at how you could deploy more modern technologies in order to better manage them. I'm not aware of any other examples that are currently being done at the moment, but yes, I mean, in theory, you could certainly replicate the process.
Hi, Gianluca, University College London. I have a fast question. So one of my PhD students just published or got accepted a paper on an interesting research we did on the market of generators in the private sector in the US, and we saw a surge lately. My question is, do you expect something else, something like this, to start to come here, UK and Europe, or even more appetite for localized energy sources to compensate the main grid?
Yeah, and I think we are seeing a much higher level of interest in localized distributed sources of energy generation storage. As part of the Transforming Construction Challenge, we invested quite a lot of money in the development of active buildings, so buildings that can generate and store their own energy. We've shown that you can make a house or a building of a similar sort of scale to a house essentially energy self-sufficient over the course of a year. And we also know that there's the potential to use the roof space of larger buildings and structures, so warehouses, larger office facilities, residential blocks, or schools would be another good example of this, as locations for photovoltaic cells and solar panels. So there's enormous potential to generate energy within the built environment, and it would be more efficient to generate that and store that locally in order to meet demand, rather than generating it at a distance and then sending it potentially hundreds of miles around the transmission network. So this, I think, is something that we're going to be investing more time and effort in over the next few years, particularly in response to the current international problems in the energy market.
Jenny has one question from online, and then I think we need to move to the next panel.
I'm coming.
No, it's fine. Is there scope? It says here.
Is there scope to scale the Isle of Wight demonstrator project to the whole nation? I think that might be the...
No, the reason we selected the Isle of Wight, which for people who don't know anything much about the economic, scientific or other geography of the UK, is a small island off the south coast that is most famous for being a time warp, and it's stuck in about 1972. But it is a really good place for an experiment of this nature, because the island is effectively a natural systems boundary. So the island is like a microcosm of the UK. You've got a transport system, you've got an energy system, you've got a telecommunications system, and it's all pretty much self-sufficient. So it's a very good test bed for a digital twin, because what we've tried, or what we've found, sorry, when we've tried similar experiments on the mainland, is that you do not get that natural contiguity of boundaries of other networks and systems on the mainland that you get on the Isle of Wight. And that's simply because different networks have been built at different times in accordance to different demands by different organisations. There's not been any coordinated planning. Whereas on the Isle of Wight, everything is more coordinated and it's more geographically localised. And that's the reason that we chose it as the location for this. I don't think that we could physically expand the scope of this across the rest of the UK. It's not going to work because we've got the systems boundary. And also because it just gets intrinsically much more complicated the more organisations and the more different kinds of data you try to bring into the experiment. But in terms of the overall approach and the overall design, and also the system that we're testing for the exchange of data between different organisations, Absolutely. I mean, in theory, with the system that we've developed, you could deploy that absolutely anywhere in the world, and you could do it on an international scale. So you could compare like assets in different countries.
Thank you for your afternoon keynote. From the keynote about the changing role of government, panel about the unique and changing role of multinational corporations. We're going to start this with some comments by Representative Doug Lamborn, who, like colleague Yvette Clark, who we saw this morning, couldn't travel to Washington because the Congress is in session today. So we're going to start there, and then as soon as those remarks are done, we'll invite the panel down, which is chaired by Gianluca Pescaroli and includes Fred Frank, Andy Ornella, Nicolaci, Matt Gardner, and Lawrence Martha.
Hello, I'm Congressman Doug Lamborn from Colorado. I have had the honor of representing Colorado Springs in the House of Representatives for 16 years. I currently serve as the chairman of the House Armed Services Strategic Forces Subcommittee, and I'm also vice chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee. I am happy to once again be able to participate in the Resilient Renewable Planet Conference. The purpose of this conference has always been to consider the most dangerous and extreme situations and to discuss possible solutions that bring together governments, academia, and industry. This year, we find ourselves contemplating these serious issues more frequently in our personal lives than in recent memory. The world is quite different from when this conference last convened in 2019. We survived a global pandemic, and we are currently witnessing the first major land war since World War II, as Russia unjustly invades Ukraine, a sovereign and democratic nation. Putin has increasingly threatened and targeted Ukraine's critical infrastructure and has even attempted nuclear coercion to prevent Western assistance to Zelensky. Simultaneously, China is building up its nuclear arsenal at an unanticipated pace and is pursuing aggressive activities in all domains. China, Russia, and others' destabilizing actions have potentially catastrophic consequences if not sufficiently deterred. These recent instances of global instability and conflict have heightened the risk of our adversaries mistakenly perceiving that a strategic attack against Western nations would allow them to achieve their nefarious goals. It is imperative that we harden our infrastructure against electromagnetic threats, geomagnetic disturbances, and cyber attacks. Former President Trump's administration laid the groundwork for America's efforts with Executive Order 13865, Coordinating National Resilience to Electromagnetic Pulses. This executive order mandates that the Departments of Defense, State, Commerce, Homeland Security, Interior, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence coordinate the shared response to a black sky event and work together to repair the grid and return services to a functional state as fast as possible. Additionally, these agencies are also directed to coordinate on preparation for an event, which I believe is just as critical as response efforts. I'd like to thank the organizers of this event, EIS Council and Imperial College London, for all the work they put into the planning and execution of this conference. This is necessary work, and a group such as this is well equipped to lead these important conversations. Rarely do you find a nexus for current and former military, the business community, legislators, executives, and private citizens to all come together and advance the cause of resilient grid security. Here we will all benefit from extensive experience, civic engagement, institutional knowledge, and technical expertise. It is always great to see our partners and allies share their perspective on these important issues. As I see the conference, we'll have guests from the United Kingdom, Israel, Germany, France, Australia, and India. We must capitalize on the foundation laid before us. With diligence and partnerships, we can secure our grid from those that might seek to exploit its vulnerabilities and bolster it against natural threats such as solar events and geomagnetic disturbances. Our objectives are within our reach. I have faith that this conference will generate some of the momentum needed to achieve these objectives. Thank you for your time today and enjoy the 2023 Resilient Renewable Planet Conference.
These two, and you don't really need to eat it. You can just kind of hold it out.
Yeah. Can you all hear me? Yeah, perfect. So I'm too loud. Hi, everyone. So thank you for coming here today. I'm Gianluca Pescaroli from University College London. I've heard today by someone that somebody else pretends to be the best in London in terms of research. Maybe right. But the best coffee, best espresso is in my office. I challenge you all to demonstrate the opposite. So today we are gonna speak about the role of organization and enterprises and trying to give you a particular approach on how the sector is evolving and what are the perspectives. So I would like to have the speaker introduce themselves because I think it gives more the idea. Do you want to tell your background in one sentence?
Hi, everyone. If you weren't here this morning, I'm Ornella Nicolacci. I'm a director with the Clean Energy Buyers Association. And background in one sentence is very diverse. I've been in many, many industries in my 18-year career.
My name is Trent Franks. I've served in the U.S. Congress for 15 years in America, and I was chairman of the EMP caucus, and have had the wonderful privilege of being with you all for many years.
Good afternoon, Lawrence Marzell, for those who are new to the auditorium. Ex of Serco, where I led their UK and European research and innovation for about 10 years. Working on CNI resilience, system development from a service provision perspective.
Good afternoon, I'm Andy Ott. I'm currently working at Alphabet, Google X, the research arm of Google. My job is to transform the way the power grid is operated and planned. And I used to be the CEO of PJM. I was the successor to Terry Boston, who many of you know, and my background is power system engineering and applied mathematics.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Matt Gardner. I'm the Vice President of Electric Transmission at Dominion Energy, Virginia. We are a member transmission owner of PJM, so worked with both Andy and Terry Boston. My background originally was in the propagation of large power system disturbances, the study of that. And at that time, I was also working for Terry Boston, although at TVA. Yeah. Good to be with you this afternoon.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So, short story to introduce you to the problem. Lately, I decided, very controversially, to have my students go back to do exams in person, handwritten. Big scandal. I'm one of the first that did it at university. What is the rationale? Well, I remember how we were used to do it before technology, all the conversation we were having today, and my plan B, if I don't have my tablet, I remember how to write. And believe me, I use it constantly because every time I need the laptop, it fails. So I wanted the panel to comment on a first consideration. Do you think the role of energy changed since the early 2000s and how?
Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Let's give it flowing.
Yeah, okay. For the record, I can write. Hello, for the record, I can write. To you. But because I'm of an age where I'm very comfortable with digital technology and reading and writing. And bizarrely, I can also work in both metric and imperial, which our American friends and colleagues also use to an extent. So I think what you've said is extremely relevant. And I think some of the conversations we had this morning and yesterday, where we're talking about how the infrastructure, the interdependencies that our society relies upon, you know, ability to take a lift or an elevator, watch Netflix, have doors open automatically for you, is perhaps making society, communities, people too soft, less resilient, and maybe, you know, with the exception of a sort of a direct attack from a nuclear weapon, even an EMP attack, you know, if it puts society back to reading and writing, for example, for a few days, maybe even a few weeks, is that necessarily a bad thing because we're making ourselves resilient? We had to go into the back garden, for those who have gardens, to pick our own potatoes, you know, and live off potato stew. Is that really such a bad thing? So I think the answer to that is our over-reliance on both digitization and thus electricity, which enables everything and anything we do, is making us too soft as a society and as individuals.
You know, and maybe just to repeat in other words what you said, throughout all of human history, there have been three uses for energy: heat, light, and motion. But I do believe, going back to your index date of, was it 2000? We now have a fourth emerging self-standing, standalone pillar in terms of the use of energy, and that is the cloud. And so what did the song say? Everything you eat, do, and say was in the pill you took today. I don't know that we're quite there yet. It probably will be within my lifetime. But everything we think, do, and say is certainly on these devices. So to bolster that point, yes, I think in 2000, the situation was one of three pillars in terms of the use of energy. Now we're to a fourth pillar in the uses of energy, and it is a growing pillar. It is the and a similar thing has happened collectively as it has individually. The more energy budget we have for our collective brain, that is the cloud, the more it consumes.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think there's also another dimension of that, which is interdependency, right? I think if you think about how we use energy, how we used it back in the 2000s, how we use it now, there's a lot more interdependency. You think about the power grid, a lot of the what I'll call standalone supply, I think large coal plants, large nuke plants. Now there's much more dependency on the gas supply chain, for example, in many countries. Europe's living this, US lives it. And then also this issue of you know, the interdependency of you know, the way people use energy creates these types of situations. So it's another dimension of the discussion. You got it?
So I suppose that my perspective on this is fairly basic. You know, ever since the humanity came to be, there has always been this effort where we had to do what we could with our body and the things that were close to us, and we have marvelously discovered ways to create energy and mechanisms to do the things that sustain us in this world. And I just suggest to you that energy is what really powers humanity. And the reality of being able to use it wisely and to choose the right modalities of energy become vitally important in the world that we're living in as it is now. I understand that the average person uses about 200 times the amount of energy that they could produce with their own body on the average. And so I just can't imagine how we would live in this world apart from it. And You know, I think I had a little different perspective on the format here today, so I had prepared some prepared comments, and I don't want to miss one thing if I could, and that is just to thank three people. And first of all, that's Avi Schnur, who I think is the sort of the Benjamin Disraeli among us. He was a founding father of all this, and I had the privilege of being with him from the very earliest stages. And I just, Avi, I hope you look around, and I hope you're very affirmed, and I hope you know that you've made a difference. And this whole notion of being able to energize humanity is important. And you are having a huge impact, and only eternity to discover it. And of course, Terry Boston over here, he is kind of the, I guess he's one of the most credible people in the room, having run one of the largest grids in the world. And he, you know, is just, he's always been there, and he's just, there's probably no one that has greater credibility than this man in this whole area. And I always embarrass my friend Joe McClellan, but I think that he's the most prescient and most knowledgeable voice on the planet on this issue. And there's so many people else I should mention, but I just, it's kind of nice to see all the friendly faces that we've seen since the beginning of this effort. And I appreciate all of you. You're doing something of great consequence. And the notion that you're part of making sure that humanity continues to have the energy to go forward and to promote, most importantly, the flourishing of mankind on this earth, as I think Avi articulated at the beginning of the conference. I cannot believe this, of course. It's stunning that I did, but that's what happens. Lord James Arbuthnot was one of the first politically inclined figures that I met when we started this. And I will tell you, none of us would be in this room without this man. He is, I said yesterday, an anchor in the world on this issue. And I just can't express the level of affection and respect I have for him. So forgive me, James. You're just such a wallflower. You're such a wallflower. People just don't see you, brother. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, it's tough to follow that one. I agree with everything that the panelists have said. I will offer a slightly different perspective, which is, while we may have too much of a good thing in the global north, there's definitely not enough in the global south. And, we cannot forget that there are 800 million people in the world who do not have access to electricity. And so many people who have such a high energy burden, they spend most of their income paying electricity bills. And so, we cannot speak about resilience without really including equity in the topic. And it's about equitable resilience and an equitable energy transition. So I just bring this different perspective and how, through the Beyond the Megawatt initiative, we're exploring different avenues to bring clean energy to the rest of the world in a way that can reduce crime and improve health outcomes as well.
Here, here.
Yeah, perfect. So as a first sum up of the first round of questions, I will start from the problem of differences. My experience in the last month, so I've been working on blackout power failure now since 2016. What is emerging from the discussion I'm having is learning from the experiences that are happening worldwide. Okay, so I don't know if it happened to anybody, to any of you, but some of the conversation that I'm receiving at private sector and some colleagues in government is that, well, here now we are concerned about what is going to happen in a high-tech society in case of power failure. However, we see in other parts of the world that happens regularly. I had a colleague from Bangladesh of the Red Cross that simply made the example of how society behaved to debunk the point of civil unrest. Energy crisis, so lack of accuracy. Just the difference maybe from here is that there was less of a reliance. But following up a bit on these questions, we are aware here of some interdependency. Many of them are hidden, and there are pillars. And it's true, we become much more over-reliant. And part of this is a problem of digital divide, difference in equity. Do you think what could be, following this point, the changes of energy since the early 2000s, what we can learn from other countries, other realities, from your experience that you want to share following this conversation?
Okay. It just gets me out off the hook quicker. So I sort of go back to the project I'm working on in Europe for Serco, which is an EU Green Deal project. And we're developing these abstract concepts called green buildings and neighborhoods. And they're incredibly abstract. And there are 47 partner organizations in the project. And we're 16 months in, and still some of the partners do not understand what a green building neighborhood is. So we had to explain. Part of it is a social construct, just transition, social equity, energy poverty, nature-based solutions. So all of those soft and fluffy and social quality of life things, which are incredibly important for, how you live, pleasant surroundings and making sure the air you breathe is good. But there are public sector and private sector organizations, as well as citizens, communities involved in these green neighborhoods. And we're developing 6 of them across Europe. And where the private sector is involved, we do not give things away. We have to show return on investment. We have to justify what we do, not just in economic terms, but also in terms of our corporate governance and so on. But we've all heard of this ESG, which adds a lot of complexity and bureaucracy and challenge on top of corporate and social responsibility. So there are a number of ways to justify it. And I think to answer your question, what can we learn, is that companies, private sector organizations, if they are addressing their own energy security, energy cost challenges through renewables, if they are having to answer these mandated requirements, you cannot borrow cheap money unless you're starting to become ESG compliant, so that's a strategic risk, then what you should do is you should think about where you operate, where you sit in a community. So the role of the private sector, and this is very much, if you look at global corporations who are operating in less interconnected societies, they have to make sure that their facilities, their operation, their people that they rely on their operations are looked after in terms of education and health. Can they get to work? Can they power their homes which they live in? So that thinking, that philosophy, if you then apply it to how does a corporation in a more interconnected Western society then start to answer those ESG, corporate social responsibility requirements, which unless you are doing good social value stuff, your ability to borrow money to fund your contracts becomes increasingly different, then actually it goes back almost to what I'll use the phrase, how colonial organizations would operate, or philanthropic organizations like Cadbury's in Birmingham, where you looked after your workers. You looked after your workers, you looked after your communities, you made sure that the integration between your business operation and the delivery of whatever product or service you were doing relied on the ecosystem, people and health and their education and so on. So I actually see almost like a full circle coming back, where those corporations to deliver good product, meet all their requirements and make sure that they are more resilient, become more integrated and more supportive of the community in which they reside. If that makes sense. I may have not. Just a bit more of the Victorian philanthropic approach to how your operation sits within the community.
Any other comments on this?
Yeah, I'll mention. Yeah, absolutely.
Perhaps just a little bit more on the nuts and bolts side of things. I think it was Terry that mentioned yesterday, or maybe it was early this morning, in some respects, we're all developing countries, depending on where we are in terms of the, the development of our infrastructure and the technology that we use within our infrastructure. I think one of the keys to resilience is making sure that the virtuous cycle, which is in my mind, can be abstracted down to two half cycles, that one of learning and then the other of adaptation. We need to make sure that virtuous cycle actually operates with international perspectives. There's a lot of there is a lot of plant in service today. My company has transformers that have been in service or on our system since the 1930s. So we have a lot to learn from new technologies that have been deployed, perhaps even more deeply in areas that have developed more recently. So how do we do that? How do we make sure that virtuous cycle of learning and adaptation spans the globe? It's by making sure that we are inclusive of organizations such as SIGRE. I won't try to pronounce it in French, but it's the Council of International Large Grid Operators, making sure that we are involved in organizations like that to bring solutions to the fore. In that way, we can learn not only from our own experiences, but also see where there are some wins, both on the resilience side, but also in the flexibility and reliability side of the equation internationally.
Another comment?
Yeah, well, I'll take it again in a little bit different. I think there's been many opportunities out there. I'll use Australia as an example, and I think it's come up before on some of the panels this morning. We have a lot of distributed resources out there, a lot of inverter-based technology, but we haven't learned essentially to, if you will, learn from the mistakes that were made. Obviously, there was some disturbances in Australia caused by some of the inverter settings. People were surprised, and it's happened in other countries. So as part of what we're doing is saying, can we actually go after, if you will, this notion of inverters people are afraid of them, right? They aren't actually leveraging the technology to orchestrate inverters to actually work together to simulate grid services, to actually respond the right way. And so I think we have an opportunity to actually learn from the mistakes we've made in the past. I mean, everybody seems to put in these devices, but they aren't coordinated. The inverters aren't even time-stamped. You actually go out to look at an inverter deployed. You could make each inverter its own oscilloscope, and you could actually coordinate them all in time, and you could orchestrate them. And we haven't done that. We've left all that on the table. So part of what we're doing at Google is to say, can we actually take advantage of the technology that's out there, the devices that are out there, deploy a little bit of control technology, and actually turn them into a device that will actually work. We're doing that with the government of Australia to actually create a feeder, if you will, distribution feeder, and trying to see if it can provide services back into transmission grid in something other than a laboratory environment. And so it's that kind of, I think, opportunity that we can go out and actually learn from our past mistakes by actually leveraging the technology, I say, for the capabilities it really has.
Any other comments? Well, let me make a couple of points on this, then we switch to the next question. There are some very important points that are being raised until now. Okay, so if there is one failure common to the organization, public and private, we don't learn from mistake. Okay, I don't know your experience, but you're a UK government, right? But we don't learn by mistakes. And if there is something that is common then, is that we see that our dependence is increasing. And some countries that we pretend are called underdeveloped switch their capacity more easily than us. But instead, we keep on going because we run after the idea that we need to keep stick with the same technological approach we had before. So the idea of seeing how things can run in case we have less resources is extremely important. And as a whole, so what is the cultural dimension of it, and what is the organizational dimension of it, and what are the other governance aspects that we can learn from? So I will ask you now, let's consider energy as a lifeline and as a common point of failure, okay? So lifeline, what keeps a society running, common point of failure, the common point where whatever happens in terms of hazard, threat, that is the point we need to address. And that's what it hurts. So it is a matter of security or sustainability. Who wants to start? This is a complicated one.
You're going to do it.
Yeah.
This is a really important point, actually, really interesting. And I'm going to go back to Kevin, your talk earlier about system boundary. You picked on the Isle of Wight as a good example. And you also spoke about digital twin. Digital twin first. Just in my immediate orbit, I cannot count the number of digital twins being produced on my hands and my feet. So I'm pretty sure that actually all these digital twins, which are decision-making tools, ultimately, that's all they are they going to be interoperable? Are they actually going to be able to be useful in a collective, coordinated way? So that's just one point I want to put there. So if we are reliant on decision-making at any more than a, organizational, sectoral, maybe regional way, we're going to need the collective input and understanding of those digital twins. I'm pretty sure these are not going to communicate with each other easily. We were involved in a project making a digital twin for the Earth with European Space Agency. Now, that's quite a big project. So, and then there's lots of little digital twins in hundreds of EU Horizon projects, not least in the Innovate project. So you get my point. So that's one thing. So is there a lesson to be learned from the past? Well, probably interoperability. We're just creating another set of silos. That's the first thing. Boundaries, points of failure, and lifeline. You spoke about understanding the system boundary. Well, I set up and ran a project over 10 years ago at St. Pancras, which Washington you were involved in. And there were 27 operational organizations involved, public sector, private sector, train operating companies, and so on. And it was a complex system of systems. And we created a spaghetti diagram of the human governance, people, process side of where they are interdependent, where they overlap in policy, governance, process, technology terms, and so on. So that was over 10 years ago that we did that. But we were always asked, what's the system? And of course, systems is over a decade ago. This was only just, well, wasn't even emerging then. And we came up with actually 5, 6 definitions of the system. There was around boundaries. So there was a risk boundary, a resilience boundary, a jurisdictional boundary, an operational boundary, a geographic boundary. So St. Pancras station in the centre of London, the system doesn't stop at the station. So it's an international train station, Eurostar. So from a risk boundary or resilience boundary, your porters, would go out to Paris or Lille, where the trains operate, where you're understanding that your point of failure has been mitigated. So you have the same in operational terms, in jurisdictional terms. You would have the Metropolitan Police outside of the station and the British Transport Police inside the station, and never the twain should meet. They do now, of course. But you would also have a safety and security responsibility of the train operating companies all of whom were working on different policy arrangements, different legislation, and so on. So from a point of failure, and this also applies to the utilities and every single thing that kept that station and those train operators functioning. So I would just say to your point, Gianluca, that upstream and downstream, if you have a critical operation that relies on energy utilities, you have to understand the extent of your multiple systems upon which you rely. Where is your single point of failure, both upstream and downstream? Who owns the risk? Who owns the responsibility? Who has the capability and who has the capacity to manage and mitigate those? And they may not be within your organization. And if something is better done by a different organization who may not have the mandate, then what you should do is at a local operational level, you should agree whose role, responsibility, risk, capacity, capability, etc., and then just put in place a straightforward MOU and commercial agreement to undertake that outcome-based approach. And that applies equally to utilities and energies in our lifelines.
I'm going to break the pattern here. So you asked, is it security or sustainability? I think it's both. Governments face an immense challenge in dealing with climate change, and the private sector can really play that pivotal factor in ensuring success. And, we talk about whether we learn from mistakes, and I think we do. As energy customers pioneered direct procurement of clean energy, they really have learned from the mistakes that they inevitably made. And the whole reason why, the initiative that I lead, Beyond the Megawatt, exists is so that we can address those mistakes and we can ensure that the energy transition is resilient, equitable, and environmentally sustainable. Companies are looking for partnerships. It really does take a holistic and systemic approach. There's not a single actor that can solve the crisis. And so businesses are looking for partnerships. I mentioned this earlier today, and I will say it again because it is a critical part of the work. It really takes every single stakeholder stepping up to the challenge and working together to figure things out.
I think your original question was, sort of juxtaposing sustainability to security. And I would suggest very humbly that without security, sustainability becomes meaningless. Because unless people have access to energy, then the sustainability itself becomes the question. And the people that Ornella spoke of, those that are at the bottom end of the spectrum of economic development, this is not just a question of convenience to them. This is life and death. And if we're not able to create systems here in the sort of the bastion of innovation that they can get a hold of and use in ways that will help them in perhaps ways that we take for granted every day, then I think we fail the test of who we're supposed to be. And, in terms of sort of dividing this between the highly advanced societies and those that are, again, struggling, the agrarian societies, the ones that are just barely sustaining life, for our systems, if we don't sustain our major power mechanisms and things of that nature, I mean, this is a complete degradation of civilization that occurs. And so I think that as we, started out with this organization and trying to make sure that we protected against electromagnetic pulse and things of that nature, it's vital that we succeed. And sometimes, people say there are no simple answers. Well, lots of times there are simple answers, but not very many easy ones. And without being able to protect our grid with, in my judgment, hardware-based solutions, without being able to empower the grid operators to do that and to do everything we possibly can in government to encourage that across the board so that the innovators and the people that are actually the doers in this world are able to have the leverage and the latitude to do that, then I'm convinced that ultimately we could find that point of failure. And then finally, I would just say, it's very important for all of us, I think, without becoming too ethereal or philosophical, to remember, as I said, Avi pointed out so well in the beginning of this, what this is all about. This is about human sustainability. This is about being able to make sure that everyone has a chance to live and be free and pursue their dreams. And if we fail in the energy area, which drives civilization, if we don't make sure that we do the things necessary to create that energy that's so vital to everyone, and to protect the mechanisms of energy, and to have that be secure against potential enemies or opponents, then once again, it's life that is in danger. It's human beings, it's real people. And I just hope we can always keep the real people, as Ornella so eloquently pointed out, in mind in the big picture.
Thanks.
Maybe we can ask the audience if they have some questions for you guys. Any questions? No? Question, go ahead. Bring it to the speaker.
Thanks very much. I'm quite intrigued by the point about the session itself. So I'll just read it, and if it's possible, just to get part of it. So on the one hand, we have multinational corporations, we have international organizations, and we've got energy producers. Now, within the context of the multiple stakeholders involved in this equation, what do we see as the changing role of these huge corporations, international organizations, and so on? And also linked to that, one of the things that I try to grapple with is our understanding of human choice, human behavior, human attitude and choice in the energy problem. So simply put, what is the proportion, if you like, of the energy problem of human choice and human attitude? And if it's possible to change it in some way in the direction of helping us understand how to manage demand. So on the one hand, it's the role of corporations, international organizations, energy producers, and then on the other side, the consumer in terms of attitude, behavior, and so on, and how we bring all of that together to help us look at the energy problem, also from a carbon reduction perspective.
Anybody in the panel wants to try an answer?
Coming from a big corporation. Probably. So I think certainly our mandate at X is to solve essentially, some of the crises we're seeing in the power grid in both a sustainable and resilient way. And essentially the corporation has bet on we can do that and still, how should I say, help the planet, but also help do it profitably. So that's the conundrum is we got to solve the problem both sustainably and resilient, but also create a profit. And so the concept is to essentially create technologies that wouldn't be created absent some kind of research funding. So for an example, I guess coming from the power industry, I'm okay to say this, the technologies that we deploy in the power industry, are like 1980s technology compared to what we deploy on, I'll say, like the internet. So one of the things that we've decided at Google is to say, can we take some of the technologies that we use, think machine learning, AI, et cetera. We're actually facing a conundrum, right? If we're actually going to push, that you hear about BARD and some of these other LLMs, if we're actually going to push that and it's going to be successful, we need to double the amount of data centers we have in the world. So we need more energy, but we also need to create more energy for society. So our concept is, can we deploy those technologies in a useful way? So we're working with Distributed Power Africa, we're working with some other companies around the world. We've actually specifically chosen areas of the world that have difficulty. And we're trying to see, can we deploy our technology there? And I think so. It is, we feel it is a responsibility. If we're going to consume the energy, we also have to give back. And frankly, the technologies that we're deploying are creating systems that create, transformational change. And so we feel it's important not to stop there, but I think it is for big companies to step up and do something in this space, for sure.
So I'll approach it from a risk and procurement perspective. Circa's quite a big company, 80,000 employees worldwide, and we get tenders from government agencies that we have to respond to. And I think it's no sort of being scared of it, that governments are pretty bad at procuring things against requirements. And the reason we're involved in research and innovation is to understand how society is changing. And if you understand how society is changing, and therefore how consumers, ultimately our clients of government services, are changing behaviours, then we can help shape requirements and the commissioning of services, and therefore more aligned procurements. But there's a little thing called risk, which then comes into it. And both government clients or public agency clients are, of course, risk averse. Companies, whether it's you, us, whomever, who have to respond to these tenders, are equally risk averse, because we therefore fail in our contract and our KPIs, and we get penalised and so on. So the ability to be transformative is very, very difficult under the current procurement system. It doesn't matter whether it's North American, European, UK procurement system, they're all just as bad as each other. So slow and stifling transformation and innovation. So I would say that if we're here collectively, public sector, private sector, government, policymakers, whatever. Now, actually, if you could solve, we all know what the target model is, and that target model was collaborative. If we could then shape, commission, design the procurements so that they were outcome-based, that would then allow us to not assume that energy and power was always there and was always part of the solution, but actually from the bottom up say, well, actually, how are we going to do this differently that not only reduces our reliance on, failure of systems, but also gives us multiple points of failure, therefore resilience, but also means that we can focus on sustainability and be truly transformative. So risk, procurement, requirements.
Can I just ask this point? I know we are pressed for time, but the consumer, how much do we understand about the consumer, and how much room is there to influence it downwards in the sense of reducing consumption? I'm quite interested in the understanding and whether we could influence it in some way.
The user, the human, has to always be at the very, very centre of that design process. You put them anywhere else, you failed.
Yeah, I would just echo that. Sometimes we forget, we get this attitude that we know best and that we can tell everyone quite how to produce energy. And, governments are very fond of doing that. And having been in government, I know that there's a tremendous temptation to think that we've got it all figured out. But there has been no mechanism on earth that has dragged more people out of poverty than the free innovations that occur among free people from the bottom up, as it were. And when you empower the customer, when the customer can be empowered, then the producer or the corporation, whatever it might be, government has to respond to them. And that's when the real need is met. And that which gets rewarded gets done. And I would just suggest to you, you know, that one example is probably, if you'll grant me diplomatic immunity for a minute. In Venezuela, Hugo Chavez took the elitist mindset that he knew better, and he was going to collectivize everything. He was going to make it all the way people thought it should be. You know, talk about, you know, well, I'll be careful here. But he thought he was all going to figure it out. And the wealthiest country in South America, 3 years after he threw the oil companies out, that had the transformational technology to help so many people, they were begging bread in the streets. And I will tell you, collectivism can do that for the whole world if we let it. So we have to be very, very careful that we don't think we're so damn smart that we forget that freedom is the thing that produces. Freedom is the thing that innovates. And freedom is the thing that helps the people Ornella was talking about have a chance in life.
The mic. I would like to add a couple of points, though. When we talk about both multinational and both governments, I don't think we understand the changes in behavior, and we have evidence that says that we don't understand changes in behavior. Think about the exercise on blackouts, etc. What is the emergency communication here? In case there is a power failure, something goes wrong. BBC, right? How many people in London do have a radio? Do you have it, Tom? I mean, you're in the US, maybe you have it. You have it, maybe. My students don't know even what it is. And some of the colleagues that work in emergency services don't have it because the way we use technology as citizens changed. And some of the comments that were in the previous panel about you need to be sure that emergency responders' family is fine, but that's true too. So emergency responder may have the same issue for which their own operativity can be hampered. So I'm going to say something that is anti tendency. For me, the problem of education and the role of multinational is what are the baseline over which we produce a resilient society, taking back or evolving the learnings of our grandfather, the cultural learning, how to do things with less touch intensive, or using the new technologies that you all are providing to us. So I think there is a lot to do. Not always the most smart tool is the best one. People need to train. A question then, and we will have to sum up the panel.
One comment, and it kind of goes back to the whole policy thing and being smart about the way that we do things. Talk about people not having a radio. A lot of people don't. Truth is, you actually have a radio right in your hand. Most of you are carrying a radio around. The chipsets that receive the radio frequencies from the cell tower can also receive the radio frequency from the radio stations. We've just never codified that to actually leverage technology we already walk around with in our hands in emergency services to have the companies turn on those frequencies in these chipsets so that now I can turn this into the radio that you can get. The next step.
Last comment, then
A little comment to follow up on what Trent said. In California, the government has been moving hard to push the grid to renewables, and it's become less and less reliable for the consumer. So a lot of my friends have purchased natural gas generators at their houses to deal with outages. They purchase natural gas generators to deal with outages that moving to renewables has caused, along with the lack of investment in our grid. Governor could, and I'm not going to be nice, Trent, our governor could have been building reservoirs and hydropower. Instead, he's building a train to nowhere because it's politically correct. But the point being, they then moved to try to ban natural gas connections into new homes because they don't want you using natural gas because nominally the particulate matter in your home's unhealthy for you, and you don't have the right to make that decision as a consumer. Luckily, the Ninth Circuit Court just threw that out today. But we live in a place where in some cases, the consumer is continually running away from the government's series of decisions that they're making with high-minded ideals that are not delivering what it is the consumers actually need to have, which is
reliable energy in their homes.
So we'll collect also the last one and then making the final remarks based on Tom. Okay? Please.
Okay, so I just wanted to. Yeah, well, I stole it. So I just, for the sake of discussion, I still can write, and even in both directions, left to right and right to left, because this is what we are using. So I wanted to actually take the subject here and your question actually in a different angle. And I call it the responsibility, and it's the responsibility of actually governments and global organizations to push towards involvement and active involvement of the organization. And the reason I think is why, because going to your first question, actually, what changed in the electric? So I don't want to contradict my previous panel saying that there is a paradigm change in electricity. But the paradigm change is not in the electricity. We are still streaming at the end of the day electrons using different technologies, but still streaming. But what changed is actually the application. We actually pushed more and more application using electric energy to operate. This is actually the main change. And the point that I want to talk about in one sentence or two sentences is actually we don't see in the years that we usually even talking about long-term planning something that is going to replace the electric energy. Because if I'm talking about the industrial age revolution and everything, we changed many times, starting from what I call any power, not any power, but any from animal power, starting from power, horses and cows and so, going to steam power and then to electric power. Now we don't see any alternative to the electric power. We only see more and more applications that are based on electric power. And because of this, I think that it should be a global interest and global, I would say, accountability of government, regulator and group to actually gain those companies to join forces and to actually operate to better and more resilient electricity program.
I agree. We should organize a conference specifically on that. But I will let the panel. So time is running over. Based also on the last questions, what is your call for action?
Going down the line. All right. So the call to action from my perspective would be, I don't think we necessarily have to draw, we don't necessarily have to put on opposite ends of the spectrum, resiliency and sustainability. I think many of the technologies that can assist us in the sustainability arena also assist us on the resiliency. We've seen that with some very specific examples. But in order to get that, and again, coming back to the theme of this panel, you really have to take an international perspective in order to find those tools, technologies to leverage one for the other. It is as I opened up my remarks, 3 uses of energy, throughout human history: heat, light, and motion. They're all, relatively speaking, descending, whereas there is an ascendancy in that budget of energy we're now using for our collective brain, the cloud. So I do wonder when there will be some, and I think Andy started pulling at this thread a little bit in some of his comments, but I do wonder when will there be a merging of energy and the cloud, and what will that combination look like? And how will that combination help us both on the resiliency and the sustainability missions?
Let's keep it simple. All the distributed resources, just distribution systems out there, coordinating with technology and turn them into a resilient resource. That's the call to action.
Okay. Major global corporations are also local corporations when they're thinking about sustainability and what they need to do for their own commitments, climate commitments, and so on. They can also benefit the communities in which they operate because they're citizens as well.
I would say take accountability for what your own role is. And at the risk of being controversial, we need to diversify. And if you look around this room, it's primarily white male. So I think, there's a lot that we can do to be innovative and change the landscape, make sure that everyone comes along, including fossil fuel workers that can be trained and brought into clean energy.
Solutions. I guess I'll try to break this up into three quick pieces. In terms of our electric grid, as I said before, I think that we should legally build, legally require, and assimilate hardware-based solutions into the grid where we will be essentially impervious to anything of a pulse that's anything in the neighborhood of 200 kilovolts per meter in the E1 category, so that we can make this grid as protected as we can. There is nothing in my judgment that is a greater deterrent than weaponized EMP than being able to guard our grid to the point that it becomes almost impervious to such attack. I think that the vulnerability of the grid invites attack. That's one thing. In terms of energy, I think we have to prioritize energy security over less urgent or less palpable threats. And again, give diplomatic community if you can. We must not end up going black in the pursuit of going green. We have to be able to have energy. We have to be able to do that. And given the political reticence in the current environment towards nuclear power and fossil fuels in general, natural gas may be the particular fossil fuel that could represent a path forward to meet our growing needs. Because as it happens, these grids, we can protect them, but we still have to fuel them. And if we're going to fuel them right now in the world, if you take all of the machine energy and put it together, about 80% of that is still powered by fossil fuels. And if we want to move away from that, we have to be able to stay within the bounds of physics to do it, because physics always has the last word. And then finally, I would say, as I said earlier, that I think that innovation is the key to all of this. I mean, the gentleman talked about the radio a moment ago, your cell phone. Well, when government controlled the phone companies, we had one old phone that you had to dial up in 3 minutes, and the operator got smart with you if you asked her what time it was. But when we turned loose innovation in America and freedom in America, it took very little time, and we had cell phones, and we see people on the streets that have cell phones. And it's stunning what has happened there. The transformation has taken place there because freedom allows innovation. If we allow innovation, I think we will be able to sustain the coming generation, and that human flourishing should become our most important factor. And that takes in all of these other things. Human flourishing takes in all of us as children of God, as people. No matter who you are, you're vitally important. And if we do that, I think in the long run, we will be serving humanity best. And I would just suggest to you, since we're in London here, since we're in England, that maybe I could illustrate that in a final quote, that we must hurry. Winston Churchill said, "Still, if you will not fight for the right, when you can easily win without bloodshed, if you will not fight when your victory will be sure and not too costly, you may come to the moment when you'll have to fight with all the odds against you and only a precarious chance of survival. There may be a worse moment. You may have to fight when there is no hope of victory, because it is still better to perish than to live as slaves." Wow, if that doesn't light your wood, it's wet, okay? God bless you all. Thank you. I appreciate being with you.
Thank you very much.
Coffee time.
Oh, man.
you.